Alright, this is my second stream today. I was uh thinking about how, because I want to start doing streams later at night. Should I move this way? I'm gonna move this way. Hi, Sarivot. Hello. So I've been wanting to do streams later at night. I'm just kind of trying to decide like when is the best time for me to do that, and also when I, just like sort of like what makes sense for me given my schedule and given like uh where I want to cultivate my audience. Oh, that's a strange word. I want to sometimes stream at night. I think I want to stream during the day for most days, but I also want to stream at night. I think I'll be streaming around this time in the days where I don't go to the gym. So I go to the gym right now. I went to the gym yesterday, which means I don't go today. If I don't go today, that means I stream tonight. That's kind of my plan right now. And then the days that I do go to the gym, I can sort of forgive myself and not really worry about going to the gym not really worry about streaming, because that just becomes trickier to manage. It becomes trickier to deal with. I'm just resetting my chat so I can let you see what's going on. There we go. Okay, I'm going to change the category. Right now it says art. That's clearly not what we're doing right now. Okay, for some reason Horizon Forbidden West has 300 views, so I'm going to be one of those views. Let's just continue, I suppose. Let's just get the bag rolling on this. I have lots of thoughts and feelings about this game, but generally they're pretty positive. I might want to change the title so that it actually reflects the difficulty. Okay. Actually, you know what? Let me change that more. Ultra hard mode. Okay. All right. That way, people have a little bit of context of what it is that I'm doing. Does it actually matter? Probably not. Oh my god, I did save Meridian. That's me. I'm the Meridian saver from the first game.
Maybe I can jump to that ledge behind me.
Let's see. Okay, I know we gotta climb up there. I don't think I've played I've played a little bit of the PC port. I've mostly played on PS5 and never really got past this point on PC. So this is the first time I'm really gonna be doing it. I'm really gonna be playing this game as intended. Can I jump with this? No, I can only jump with crouch. That's interesting. There's some flies in here I want to grab. Who are the other 300 people watching Horizon Forbidden West? I mean, no shame. This is a great game, but like,
ignoring me again?
Yes, I am ignoring you. Sweaty. I am going to change a couple controls around because I would like to be able to, some of these things that require left control, I would like to be able to do or use them with the mouse, because they're basically the same thing. Here we go. Left control, left control. Oh, that apparently breaks something. Okay. Alright. That should work.
The Hellcaster can't reach that from here. I need to get closer. There we go. Now, how to cross over to the spire.
I used the Polecaster again, right? There we go. Yeah, I remember.
Like
Lower the volume a little bit.
helping me when he gave me his lance. But it looks like he tricked me.
Are you really
Transmitted some thoughts over the
surprised?
spire.
Are you really surprised,
Did he
Aloy?
save Hades? Why would he do that?
Playing this game does make me a little
If I
bit
can figure
sad
out where he
sometimes when I
sent
think
it,
about
I can
Lance.
track him down. Hopefully the transmission node at the top will tell me.
Something I'm like really interested in are these shapes right here. I want to know what a good formula is for coming up with these shapes. We've got like a really solid silhouette here. The way this connects to that shape is really interesting to me. I think part of the reason why it looks like a neat transition, because it's two different objects, but it doesn't really feel like it. It feels like it's all part of the same. I think part of the reason why this joint looks great is because of this hole right here. So you got this shape covering this shape, but this transition is alleviated by cutting out this part right here. I think that's a really good solution. There's also this thing here too that acts maybe in service of this shape. We got like this line over here, and it's this line then gets carried into this red line. So we take like the gesture of this shape right here, we sort of like push it into like it has this direction, and so we can make use of that direction and continue it in this other shape, even though again they're both two very disconnected shapes, but they feel like they attach. Here's another, I think, great example. That is actually a really great example. Hold on, let's look at this. So we've got we've got two shapes. We've got this one right here, and then we got this one right here. The shape at the bottom also connects to the top, although it is interestingly elevated over here. But if you were to look at this from a 2D view, it carries the same idea, where this top part sort of like cuts into this bottom, or there's like a cut right here. I think that's pretty cool. I think that is interesting.
Well, doesn't look like I can keep climbing this way.
Why not? Is it because I suck? Maybe I go this way. And of course we just
Looks like this panel's ajar.
symmetrize that shape there.
Through the inside.
There's a fly in my head. What? Alright.
An elevator? Let's see.
I'm still trying to find like what is a good balance between talking and sitting in silence. Sometimes sitting in silence is fine. I think it's good for pacing. I definitely don't want to be committing myself to talking the whole time.
Carja will make of this.
But I mean, especially during these more, I think, slower scenes, I think it's okay for me to let go of the need to be communicating something constantly. I think it's always more impressive during the scenes where like during like a big action scene, for example, being able to talk during that, I think is more impressive, and I think is a better use of my skills, because while you're having some kind of action scene, you don't really need to be worrying about the small details much, unless you're trying to study an action scene.
Foremost. Bastard.
Well, Aloy, I see you finally figured it out. To be honest, I'm surprised it took you so long to discover my rules.
You rigged the lance to steal Hades. How could you be so reckless?
Reckless. You're the one who tried to purge Hades before its precious knowledge could be extracted. The mysterious signal that woke it, for example. Or why to obtain one of those Gaia backups you've been having such a hard time finding.
If you knew, why didn't you just tell me?
I've been having problems of my own these past 6 months, Aloy. The difference is, I've made progress. So once your anger at my entirely necessary deception has faded, now why don't you come out here and find me in the Forbidden West and learn all that I've discovered?
Oh, I'll come find you, all right.
Yes. Well, and the coordinates make it simple enough. Even for you.
Wow. He's rude.
There's no other choice.
Hold on. Wait, I'm having some big weird audio distortion. Give me a second. What is happening? Is it because I set it to...
Better let Varl and Murad
It might be because I set it so high. I'm trying to figure out... So, I feel like the audio of the game is a little bit quiet, but I don't want to raise it too much because then bad things start to happen. No, I want the sound from my computer and the sound from here to be kind of like the same or similar. Is there a way for me to repeat that interaction there? There might be. 713. Okay, so this is my most recent autosave. So I'm gonna go back here, actually. And what I want to do is I want to play with this audio until I figure out why it was distorting so much. So this might be... Oh. Okay. I thought that this saved, and it clearly did not. Come on. Just take me to right before. Okay, it wants me to go back to them. Did the...
You went inside it, and it transformed.
Okay, so the game just wants me to continue. It doesn't want me to replay that part. So I don't know why it was distorting so much. There's like so much bass.
Hades. The danger didn't end here. It went into the Forbidden West. And I have to follow.
I see. That can be difficult. The West is called Forbidden for a reason. A tribe of ferocious warriors controls much of it, the Tanakh, and they allow no trespassers past its border. That said, under the Sun King of Ard, a fragile peace has been negotiated, and indeed, the next embassy will take place in a day or two on the edge of the frontier. Were you to attend the gathering under his auspices?
I guess for now, I'll just raise the stream volume a little bit.
Hunting you and attacking on sight.
Great, just what I need. More killers.
You sort of like be okay with that.
The Sun King.
Aloy, it's good to see you. You left in such haste. We never had a chance to properly thank you.
Can we show the champion the spear now? Please?
Itamin, quiet.
It's true. We bear gifts. Decorum usually calls for a ceremony of offering.
I'm obsessed with this guy's design. We've got Okay, I've been trying to learn this word. It's lozenge. I'm trying to learn that word. It's one of my words I'm trying to learn today. This is it. This is a lozenge. It just means a diamond shape. A rhombus. It's a lozenge. So we got a lozenge here, backed by a square. This, I suppose, this does evoke kingness. It does. It doesn't surprise me that this guy is a king. I guess I'm a little interested in why this is so open, like the chest, but I see it. I see it.
Palace. But I thought you would prefer a less formal occasion. Bring them, please.
Avad, this is all very kind, but I...
Oh my God, Marinas! Hello, welcome back, welcome back. I'm playing more Horizon.
Quick, better hand them over before she runs off again.
Thank you. I spent a little bit of time working on that because I had like the other one. I thought it was okay, but it's like no, we gotta do this right. We gotta like we gotta like find something that really hits the you know like the everything. And there's a little bit of meaning behind it too. Because the S and the G, if they sort of like represent dishonesty and honesty, you've got S, which is dishonesty, and you have the G, which is honesty. So you've got like the serious, and then I got the goob. And it is my hypothesis that it isn't possible to be truly honest very often. It's my hypothesis that like the most that somebody can be honest is and by truly honest I mean like operating in the mode where you are really like discovering something new about yourself and you are like vulnerable. One of the signals that you leave out is you'll probably be crying, like that like mode of honesty. That you can only be truly honest at least like some of the time that you are that you are like living. So like in the most like kid mode of play possible, for example, like that would be an honest way of playing. You can only really do that so much before you start to break down the systems of the world that can support it. So like for example, like let's say I am a more honest version of myself is calling myself Serious Goob instead of the name that I was born with. I can only carry that honesty so far. Like for example, I would love to be like a dog. I would love to be like have a dog in my passport, for example. I'd love to have the dog as a species, but I can't do that. The world literally does not support it. So I can only really get to like, let's say like 40% of what my real honesty is. That's like the number that I think that it's around like 39-40%. That to me feels like the most honest you can achieve for yourself, the most amount of honesty you can achieve for yourself that still support the systems that exist, and also the roles in which you can like that you would like to achieve in life, like the goals that you want to achieve in life. Because if you're trying to achieve a goal, you have to be working dishonestly anyway. So that's why the S, that is my dishonest side. That's like a little that's a little bit bigger. And then the G, which is the more honest side, that's like a little bit smaller. That's like the to me that's the ratio of dishonesty to honesty that we should strive to operate. But most of us tend to operate, I think, at a ratio where we're like mostly dishonest, only a little bit honest. And I want to try to come up with ways to increase our ratio of honesty, and it's like pretty hard. It's pretty hard to do that because of how vulnerable it leaves you. Like when you're operating very honestly, you are very vulnerable to abuse. You're very vulnerable to abuse others. So we should be using our dishonesty in a way that helps like encourage and protect our honest selves. So like when I'm acting in like my more serious mode, that's like my study mode. That is my like mode of very critical thinking. And then my goob mode is like my mode of play, and it's like my mode of being doggy. That mode. And so that like how do I achieve my how do I support that mode by using by working as hard as I can in my more dishonest mode. That's like kind of the thoughts that I'm trying to experiment, and that to me is what the logo like the ratio to logo, like what that kind of represents. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being fucking stupid. I try to think a lot about like, like again, thinking about function over form. Try to think a lot about like meaning and like uh what are the ways in which I can I can just make a logo, or I can make a logo that follows a very specific function. So let's see if that translates or not, or maybe it doesn't translate, or maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe none of this matters. Maybe the only thing that matters is playing Horizon Forbidden West, the 2023 game that is not very culturally relevant. Actually, no, I don't think it was even 2023. I think it was 2022. So
Try it on.
It's beautiful.
she looks
On behalf
ugly.
of all the citizens of the Symbol, may these tokens remind you of our eternal gratitude.
Really? You're gonna wear that? Okay, alright. Alright, I suppose.
Perhaps you'd like to spend more time with your friends.
Dude, Aloy does
Come
not...
speak to me when you're ready to talk.
Aloy does not... We've established this. Aloy does not make friends. She doesn't have friends. That's not what she wants. All she wants is to be the hero. She's got no time for the pettiness of
I need
others.
to attach the master override to my new spear. Should be
Okay,
a
how about I do
workbench around
that?
here I can use.
Looks like she's playing charades. I know. Like I don't know, Aloy. I'm sorry. It
It's
just
from the Battle of the Elite.
like it looks like just I'm sorry.
We're almost overrun by the machines Hades controlled. But we pushed through.
Okay, what are we doing? Oh, it wants me to like talk to people. Okay, whatever. I was like thinking
The
earlier
sculptor wanted
about
something even bigger,
like this
twice the size, covered in gold and
this design. I think is great. I think it's pretty good. Like, so he's supposed to be like the king. He's the Sun King, and I think his design does evoke kingness. I don't know. To me, I think it's good. I don't know exactly how much it evokes the let's say I can't really tell how much of a king he is. He doesn't really feel like he's the king of the world. He feels like he's the king of a district, like a smaller town. I think the reason why I think that is because he's like less covered than I would expect a king to be. And also he the his like crown-ish area, like the thing behind him. I don't really know what that's called, but that stack shape above him to me is less convex than what I would think of in terms of like an emperor who like where like I would think of a crown that's got like big spikes, and that's not what I'm seeing here. So it doesn't surprise me that he's a king, but it would surprise me if he was like the king of the world. That's not quite what I'm getting from that.
jewels.
So if that is, and I think that is like the lore, like that, like at least like I don't. He is sort of like the king of Meridian or whatever, which is not really like a. I mean, it's a big place, but it's not like huge. So I think that does work.
But I was quite certain you wouldn't appreciate that.
You were right.
And also something that's interesting here is the way that so when he holds his arms like this in a very like kingy, let's call it a kingy posture. When he holds his arms like this, it evokes like sun rays coming out of his arms. Like those look like literally looks like the rays of the sun. And if I were to sort of like apply like literary analysis to this, this could be like sort of like symbolic of, so when his arms are down, that is sort of saying that the shadow is being cast, that like the you know, if we think of like of when he's sleeping, he's literally sleeping, like the reign, like the reign of order, or like the kingship is subdued in some way. There is no sun coming out. But when he does this, it you know, it sort of evokes more of that nobility, that, I want to say the word kingship again because I'm fucking running out of words. He's being king when he does this, and then that's when the sun is out. That's when he's shining. When he's doing his best is when he's playing his part. That's my sort of like interpretation of that.
I'm sorry, Avad. It's good to see you, but I can't stay long.
I see. I had hoped you'd remain in the city for a time. Perhaps at the palace.
Meridian's
She's got a sequel to play. She's got a, this is a whole ass game, and you're from the previous game. You don't get to come with me.
Territory.
That's a knock.
Monarcharism? Monarcharism? Monarch, what? Wait, is that what is, okay, I'm gonna look that up. Monarcharism. Did you mean to say monarchism or monarcharism? Because monarcharism sounds like it's like, okay, you missed it. Okay, so monarcharism sounds like charismatic, like he's a monarch, but like in a charismatic way. That's how I interpreted that. I thought that was fun. Like monarch, like what would another charism be? Like another like way, like dog charism, you know, like if you're dog charistic, that means you're like charismatically doggy. I don't know. I want to be that. That's my goal for this year, is to be dog charistic.
In hopes of a lasting peace. Another embassy will be held in just a day or two.
The embassy. Oh, I don't want to do dialogue.
When you say years of hostility, I assume you mean the Red Raids?
And if the magician, they're labracadabra. You're right. You're right. Yeah, you're right. You're right. That's yeah. If they were or they could be what's another dog? I don't know. I don't know any jokes. I can't. I don't think I can beat you. I don't think I can best you. That's pretty good.
Ah, yes. My favorite subject.
I wouldn't ask if I didn't need to know.
As you know, my father raided all the border tribes.
If they were a bone, a pit skull? I'll stop. It's okay. It's okay. I'll forgive you for that one. That one was like that was a B for effort. That was an A for effort, maybe. That was effortful. That was effortful. Oh, I enjoyed the effort there.
As best they could.
That's what I can say, honestly.
They rose up and assaulted our western front at Barren Light, sweeping us from their lands. Getting them to talk to us again after that was tricky.
What the fuck did you say? Oh my god. Oh, I hate games because I hate playing video games, dude. I hate
to talk again after the
like I need to okay. How do you get the Tenakth to talk? So the Tenakth, I suppose, were like they were a tribe from the previous.
Same way I got you to talk. By giving gifts.
Previous game.
The Tenakth like tiaras?
More like medals, spices, and relics looted during the fighting. We've met with them on several occasions, and the gifts seem to have eased the tension.
Okay, so they had fights with the Tenakth.
The best sign we've
and
had
then
so far that the Tenakth want lasting peace.
So there's a fight between them and another tribe, and then they want peace, is what the game is trying to tell us. What is he doing in the background? I didn't see him. So was someone doing something weird in the background?
What makes this coming embassy so special?
Let me see.
Well, just like today.
This guy?
Special.
No, this is a little child.
The guest.
He's just like looking. He just
Our delegation
doesn't really know where he is.
will meet with the Tanakh just outside Barren Light. We'll give them treasure, and they'll return a prisoner. Fashav, one of our finest soldiers.
Soldier. Don't you mean raider?
No, not in this case. Fashav is my cousin, nothing like Helis and his ilk. He joined the Western
Look
expedition
at him, he's so cute.
with
He's
the
just
hopes of
dancing.
reining in certain excesses. But he was captured during a heroic defense of our forward base at Cinnabar Sands, and has been held ever since.
That's, okay.
Your cousin, Fashav. How long
So
has he been a Tanakh
someone is
captive?
a Tanakh captive,
5 years.
and
I
then
swear he is well, but I wonder.
I suppose that
The tribe is
is
renowned for its brutality. How did he survive?
okay. Well, he's obviously alive. Just game. His writing rules. He's obviously alive. Otherwise, the game wouldn't be telling us
I'll know
this.
soon enough. If you see him before I do, tell him that I await him in Meridian, where he.
Surely his shoulder will be sore from wearing that.
Believes.
I
If I see him, I will.
would agree. I feel like that's an interesting point. I feel like, because I think about that when like writing characters, like, or creating characters, like, wouldn't this like hurt? And like it would. But you know, when you look at the things that people do for, especially like religious purposes or like noble purposes, or what's something that people wear that like hurts? Here's something that I do. Here's something that I do that I wear that like hurts, but I do it anyway. Is I draw, and that hurts my wrist sometimes, but I do it anyway. And I find ways to like overcome that pain. I lift weights, that also sometimes hurts, and I do that anyway. But those are things that like are kind of, they don't really quite fit this realm. So I think another thing that we can think of is like tattoos hurt. Piercings can hurt. So we often you know put strain on ourselves in order, you know, because for whatever reason it feels better to do things that way. Not quite the same as having a giant stone on your back. Who's got a giant stone on their back? People run marathons with fridges on their back. Refrigerators for the Americans. Do people really run marathons with fridges? Marathons, refrigerators for the Americans. Okay, I thought that was a name for a thing. Okay. A marathon with fridge on back. What are you talking about? What? 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 Why do people do this? What? That's crazy. What is happening? Oh my god, it's in London.
If you look at
Just for refrigerators is the oh, you're right. You're right. I don't know. I say fridge. I say fridge. I think Americans would understand fridge.
Jordan there with a 22 kilo fridge on his back. That is phenomenal as well. The numbers out there raising money for charity. He's aiming to get round in about 5 hours, you know.
Well, you can keep cool on a warm day. Just open the door.
He's hoping lots of people take the drinks out the back.
He stopped by police. Why was he stopped by police? What? He was not a fridge. They thought he was a fridge thing. Oh, this poor guy. Oh, this poor guy. Oh, that sucks. That's well, he'll keep cool. This poor guy. Oh, well. That's I think that's great. I think that that is probably my favorite thing I've seen all day.
Itaman looks happy.
Who the fuck is it? Oh, the kid.
You got him out of Sunfall. Any happiness he has, he owes to you.
I like how the
He's
kid is just
turning into a
dancing.
fine young man, which he'll need to be if he's to inherit the crown.
Wouldn't the crown go to a son of yours first?
Yes, well, I'd have to get married for that to happen.
He's gay. Anytime I just assume anytime there's like a historical figure who's like unmarried, I just assume they're gay.
Murad keeps throwing noble matches at me, but I find I'm always trying to make them into someone they're not. At any rate, I never aspired to the throne, and I don't wish to sit there forever. When Itaman comes of age, I hope to step aside. Free of the crown. I might finally be able to travel the world. Who knows? Perhaps even accompany you on one of your adventures.
You make it sound easy.
All right, so we've got so his cousin. So here's the things that we're learning about him. His cousin is with the Tiknoth, and he's scared that he's dead. Itaman is his son, and he could be the king, but maybe not. The future king, or maybe not. And then there is hope for their peace between them and the Tiknoth, which will hopefully get him for his cousin to get back with his cousin, because he loves his cousin, but not in a gay way, because that would be incest.
I need to get going.
One moment, Aloy.
Although I suppose we
something I
don't
must
really
ask
know
you.
for sure.
Since you left,
Could be anything.
I've thought of little else.
This isn't really the time.
But it has to be.
He's making a move on
You
her.
left before. There's no way to know when I'll see you again.
No. Don't do
I'm not
it.
trying
Don't
to
do
stop
it.
you or hold you back.
Don't
I
do
need
it.
to know.
Don't do it. Don't make his. Don't
When
make
your
your move.
mission is over, will you return to Meridian and stay?
Bruh, she's got no allegiance to you guys.
Enough for us to spend time to.
This
get
is
to
all
know
very
each other
dramatic. It
properly,
is.
perhaps.
Damn. I forgot about this part. I forgot about this part of the game. So we can decide. I'm gonna confront the challenge directly. We'll use our insight to find a clever, less obvious approach, or we can give compassion, or give voice to our deepest convictions. How Aloy expresses her personality is up to you. Whoa. Okay. Does this matter? I'm gonna look this up. Horizon Forbidden West. Why is it called Flashpoint? Do Flashpoint choices matter? Do they affect the story? Our mechanic. This is a horrible mechanic. Why are you calling it a mechanic? Why is it called Flashpoint? What a horrible name. Flashpoint choices affect dialogue certain scenes. Okay. Which play not part of the overall plot would change from your choices. Okay, but like what do they what like will okay. All right. I'm just gonna I guess that she would, in this instant, I think she would try to be smart about it. Because she's a smarty girl.
Avad, the situation calls for a higher perspective.
Because she knows
The threat I'm
that
facing endangers not just Meridian, but
she's
a
got
lot of
other places to
too.
be. She's got to run
A lot of
her
innocent people.
2 little feet to get to other
What
places.
happens
And
between us, it's not important. At least, not yet.
You're right. I'm acting like a fool.
yeah,
It's supposed to be the king who calls for a higher perspective. Please accept my apology. And my wishes for your success. Goodbye, Aloy. As always.
So the
our
interesting
hopes
thing
ride
about
with you.
this game is that most of these dialogue, these dialogue trees, like these moments, are in fact,
Looks like a memorial.
automatic. They are,
Rose
instead of it
fulfilled
being
the
like
battle of
mocapped,
light.
because a lot of scenes in games tend to be
Some
mocapped.
brave people defended this place from Hades.
They put a lot of time and effort into creating like an automated system that would capture performances, like the facial expressions and all that, in a way without having to do it manually by hand.
Dowager Queen Miss.
And in my opinion, I think they did a really excellent job. In fact, I think a lot of these, like, they look hand animated.
Itaman, what do you
It's not quite AI. It's not the same thing as that. Also, this came out, definitely like before that, but it is, I'm sure there was like some like machine generated thing happening, or like machine learning thing happening. I mean, not generated, but it's machine learned.
My humblest thanks to you, great champion, for delivering my mother and me from Sunfall.
And then you can kind of tell sometimes, like some of these, like his face looks a little bit artificial, partly because it's really, really hard to get kids looking right. It's extremely difficult to get children to look right in the game or in anything, like in any CG thing, for like a bunch of different reasons. Like proportionally, kids are very challenging. Kids tend to like writing a kid is like pretty hard, especially because when we want to see a character, and especially if we want to see a kid, we want to see them like they got to be useful to the story, and but kids sometimes act in a really irrational way, so it's just really hard to create a kid who acts consistently or is written consistently. Kids also, they have like very unique facial structures that artists might not be very used to working with. Like, for example, they got 12 million teeth. Kids have like all their baby teeth still like root, like they have all their baby teeth and then have like additional of their adult teeth still growing in. Which, by the way, fucking bizarre that kids have multiple teeth. But if you look at an X-ray of a kid, it's got multiple teeth, and that can affect their lips. Like that kind of can affect like how their lips move across their mouths, and that's really hard to capture right if you don't consistently draw kids. And so the way that we overcome this is usually by including kids in more like stylized media, like in animated stuff. Realistic kids, it's not impossible, it's just hard.
And for defending our holy city against the forces of shadow.
And part of the reason it's hard too isn't just because it's not like innately hard. It's really because we don't do it very often. And that's what kind of what makes something hard. So like, for example, like if you like draw a lot of, let's say you draw like a lot of white characters, like white, just like white characters or like very pale characters, then you'll have difficulty drawing characters with darker skin. And it's not because characters with darker skin are like harder, but they will be harder to you because black skin reacts differently under light than white skin. And it's not just the values. There's like different things that happen in black skin that contribute to how black skin looks under light. So if you don't know the science behind that, it's just like different science to learn. That's like different things to learn. I don't think I could write fantasy. Me neither. Fantasy is pretty hard. One of the reasons why fantasy is hard is because fantasy is not science fiction. Science fiction is like very much like not predicting the future, but creating a future that resonates and is like believable. It's very like functional reform kind of thinking we were talking about earlier. Like it's very oriented to like design philosophy, that functional reform. Science fiction it can be very inventive in that way, and fantasy is just, I think, much trickier to pull off. It is easier to write, as in like it's easier to write a like any like fantasy story, like come up with one, but it's difficult to pull it off well. I think it is more difficult to create like a good fantasy story than it is to create a good science fiction story, but it is also like it does also mean that like a good science fiction story requires a like there's like the references don't like with fantasy, at least you can use references sort of in the real world, and you can't really do that with science fiction. So there's like different challenges to it too. Like if you're creating a science fiction work, like a science fiction story, then you will have to like invent completely new locations that don't really exist, most likely. Whereas with fantasy, at least you can like very much lift inspiration from the real world. Like that's why you can create a fantasy movie by filming in New Zealand.
You said it fine, Edmund. And you're welcome.
Champion, will you teach me how to shoot like a real machine hunter?
No. Fuck you.
I have to go on an important mission, Prince.
To save the world?
Something like that. But when I come back, I could give you a few tips. It would be an honor.
So here's an interesting thing, is that like she is saying here, she's admitting to him that she is thinking about coming back. She does not say that when she's talking about to the other guy. She's talking to her dad. Says when I come back. That she does not admit that when talking to her dad. So to his dad, sorry. So that to me reveals something. Either that's a writing inconsistency, you know, it could be. But let's assume otherwise. It's better to assume otherwise. And when we assume otherwise, what this actually means is that Aloy is a like she has specific dislike towards him, towards his dad. And she's like there is truth in that she does want to return. She just doesn't really want to admit that to his dad.
We owe you our lives, champion, and we will not forget. May the sun light your way.
May the moon light your path.
Thunderjaws, champion.
I hate you. What do you think? You think I'm just gonna? You think I'm just gonna diddle daddle when there's a fucking Thunderjaw? Are you stupid? Okay. Let's go over here.
It's part of the Deathbringer we defeated. This machine was the last line of defense for Hades. It dragged the orb up here and then nearly killed me, but it's just a piece of scrap now.
Talk to your friends. All right, I got one more friend I gotta talk to. Where are you? Something that is interesting about this game is that I'm gay. But what's also interesting about this game is that Aloy really likes to push people away. She's like kind of like trying to, actually. And yet people kind of try to like come back to her. Like they sort of reappear in the story even despite her insistence. And I don't know if the game does anything interesting with that, but I don't know.
But I see that
like
look on her face. She's got business to attend to, and it isn't in Meridian.
You know, I didn't vanish before because I wanted to.
No, Huntress, please. You don't have to justify yourself to us. You saved our butts. If you've got to go, go. With our blessing.
Always.
Aloy can do no wrong, and everybody supports her
Heroes
always.
Look like you're doing well.
Mr. Shiny Pants here is now the Sun King's senior military advisor. That means people actually have to listen to him talk. May the sun bless their sorry souls.
At least I say something of substance every once in a while.
What was that? I just fell asleep.
Why is she so mean? Why is she so mean? Why? You don't have to be that mean.
Talking.
And how about you, Vanasha?
I've been looking after Nasadi and Edaman.
What is his
It's bodyguard, one part.
Bad influence.
Huh. I was gonna say nanny, but
A lot of these like external like, I can forgive it because it's like the game is huge, so like some voice acting isn't gonna be great, but some of the voice acting isn't that
I
great.
like your version better.
What? Okay, let's talk about. Wait, did we do? No, we
I
didn't do
never
it.
pictured you as a nanny. Edelman must be special.
Hold on now. I'm not entirely.
Toxic Rocky.
Fairly
Diane
domesticated.
does.
Misadi was the man.
Amazed,
Some king's wife. She has
amazed.
enemies. I've had to foil a plot or two.
Right. You can try to hide it, but inside, you're as soft as a silk pillow.
Oh, you have no idea.
What doing? Exactly. What doing? Question.
Yeah, okay, I admit it. Edelman's cute. He's fun, and he looks up to me. I like him. Except when he forgets to wash his hands after hooking worms in that muddy garden behind his solarium. Blech.
It's been months since I was in Sunfall. What's become of the Shadow Karja?
After you wiped out the eclipse, there were hardly any priests or officers left to terrorize the little people.
Avad offered amnesty to all who were forced to serve the Shadow, so the commoners cleaned out the citadel and handed it back to him. The Sundom was unified.
Avad wanted Uther to take command of the garrison there, but Captain Cudley here refused. Rumor has it.
Something interesting, like something I'm noticing that like influences the light of this game like, a lot, like the colors and the lighting.
Wanted to stay close to me.
Is that this game likes to really expose? I mean, this is true for a lot of games around this time. True, is they like to expose the lights a lot, and like basically they overexpose the lights to bring up the detail in the shadow side. So even though we've got separation of light and dark, we got the light here, the dark here, we've got that separation, and yet their values kind of really match. They're not really doing that like hard 50% rule. You know, the 50% rule where like the value of the light side is about 50% higher than the value of the dark side. Well, actually, no, it's the opposite. The value of the dark is 50% of the value of the light. Anyway, the point is that I'm guessing because of the limitations of, this game wasn't built with ray tracing in mind at all. So because of that, it's pretty hard. It's pretty hard to make a game lit, like an open world game lit consistently well. And so something that this game does interestingly is it elevates the shadows so that it can sort of mask the fact that most of this is not ray traced. It is still globally illuminated and it is baked, but it's not gonna be able to match that in every, like, based off of like every lighting condition. And so by raising the shadows, like all of the shadows, it's just easier to hide the inconsistencies. I have a question for when you're not focused on the game. You can ask me questions anytime. Like I literally don't mind just like like stopping playing for any moment. I have no like real allegiance to focusing on a game too much. I am gonna repeat this dialogue though. I want to see what they said.
Avad offered amnesty, so the commoners cleaned out the citadel and the Sundom was unified.
Avad, but rumor.
Let's do it for Wolf now.
Well, I know.
For a script, are you planning to sell it or film it yourself? So I'm gonna write the script again. I know it's going to be not like too soon. Like it's going to be, my guess is it's in about 2 months is when I'll like actually start writing it. So I haven't started writing it yet, and I don't plan to until I finish my first project, which is like the VTuber. So the script version is going to be a practice script. Is going to be like the first episode of a TV show, and it is going to exist on its own. It's going to exist on its own. I will show it to friends and to people in the industry or like people who have connections. I will show it, but I am not going to go out of my way to sell it unless somebody like if somebody says like this needs to be like I will buy this and we'll make it right now, then I will consider it depending on what the stipulations of that contract are. Like I would want to own the IP, for example. I would want to own the like really be like my project still. So if somebody just wants to like give me funding for it, then that's fine. If not, then I'll keep it as an episode 1 script. I'll keep it as like an exercise, like a project. I'll store it, you know, like I'll store it in just like in my brain, in my portfolio. Hey, this is the thing that I'm working towards. But frankly that script is too important to me to really to want to rush it. I'm okay with like putting that aside because at the end of the day I want to build an empire. Mwahaha, I want to build an empire, like an empire of art. Like I want to be like a competitor against a like Disney, for example. I don't want to be as big as Disney by any means, but I want to be pretty notorious in the media world where like if I say, hey, I'm gonna like do this thing, or like Disney will have meetings about what I'm doing and they'll be wondering why what I'm doing works and what they're doing isn't working. Like that's a kind of like the notoriety I want to have. And so to get there, that's going to take a little bit of time, and that's going to take having lots of projects under my belt. And so I'll have the dog show, canine thing. I'll have that is as like a thing I'm working towards, but that's not the only idea I have. I have a lot of other ideas to help me get to that point. And so those other ideas I might actually like prefer to sell those first. Like the other ideas that I don't care as much about, like once I like finish them, like I have, they're not scripts, but they're like games, for example. Like I have games that I want to like create. And when those games, like those games that have less, I feel less protective of those games. Like if I was able to like sell them or whatever, and like maybe like the IP bought like a publisher or something, I would be less unencumbered. No, that's not the word I'm looking for. What is the word I'm looking for? I'll be more open to negotiating like a more standard way of doing that. But canine thing specifically, I'm okay with taking my time with that. I want to write it now. I don't want to, I want to have it written. I want to be able to show people this. But like I think it's a good enough script that I don't need to sell it. Like I think it's a good enough script that I will like if I make it myself, people will end up, no matter what form it is. Like if it's like a CG movie, if it's like a live action show, whatever it is, no matter what it is, like people will gravitate to it. So I don't have to worry too much about, like really getting it out there right now. The only thing I guess I would want to do economically is I would want to start instantiating rights to my creative work. So once that script is out there, I will, I think, start thinking more along the lines of, okay, so like what this is now like a property, how can I start making money off of this property, even like adjacently or tangentially, so that I can at least start getting recognized as like the own, like what if I turn it into a comic, for example? What if I turn it into a YouTube, like something like that. Tangentially. Yeah. It's a great word. I love that word.
They're out. Go! Away with you.
Always an honor, champion.
Always a pleasure. But please, little huntress, come back sometime.
It is.
Tell us
I love
about
it.
your adventures. If I can't get in trouble, at least I can hear about yours.
All right, let's see if we can. Speaking of words, you're welcome. You're welcome. Speaking of words, let me see if I can find a another lozenge. Got a lozenge right here, right? That's a diamond shape. I'm forcing myself to learn vocabulary. Where are the other lozenges? Where are the lozenge? The lozenge right there. And keep saying the word lozenge until I commit it to memory. Lozenge. Lozenge, where are they? Where are the lozenges? I gotta find them. Lozenge. Lozenge. There's a lozenge. There's a lozenge. I found them. Okay.
Could use an ale.
We got more? That's a lozenge. That's a lozenge. Okay. All right. Do we I think we've got that word down. I think I've memorized that. I think I've learned what that word means. Let's return to Marad and Varl.
Is that the time? Or do you want to chat some more with your friends?
It's time to go.
I better get going. And if I'm headed west, it sounds like I'll need rite of passage from the Tenakth, as you said. Where exactly is this embassy going to be held?
Past the Daunt, the canyon that marks the western border of the Sundom. You'll find the fortress of Barren Light at its farthest edge. The embassy will take place just beyond its gates. It's a long march, a fortnight on foot.
A couple of days hard riding should get us there.
Actually, it might be better to rest here tonight. Head out in the morning.
This lying woman. This liar. She's a liar.
Of course.
She's like, oh yeah, you guys will do it tomorrow. Gotta rest. And then watch this. I played this game before. I don't really remember what she does, but I swear she is about to leave right then and there.
I'll arrange it.
Because she sucks. And I don't even mean she sucks like I don't like her. I mean she sucks as in like this is like a sucky thing to do. This is a sucky thing to do. She's rejecting her friends at every moment and they still like her. I don't get it. She's gonna leave at night because she's a protagonist, so she doesn't need any rest, any sleep. Even though she doesn't need any rest. This bothers me. Like, why doesn't she need any rest? I would understand if she was super powered magical girl. She literally doesn't need any rest. She can just go. She fought like a giant monster that same day, and now she doesn't need to rest at all. I know, I was about to say. And by the way, just so like if you want to like tap into my head, I think you are starting to tap into my head a little bit in terms of like seeing the world the way I see it. I cannot look at every single every single shot in any game. I'm always thinking, okay, why does this shot work? I can't stop this part of my head. It's like I'm looking at this. I'm like, okay, this shot works because we've got about, if you're following that 60-40 rule, about 60% of this is the ground and about 40% is the sky. We got a focal point over here, and we got this second focal point over here. Actually, this one might be the main focal point because it's so bright. So this one is the second one, and we can tell because it's got like that blue, got like more interesting colors here. More contrast here, but when you look at this image, your eyes will probably gravitate to over here, and there are certain things that are guiding you towards this space. So like the clouds are all like there's a line. So these lines, all of these lines right here help guide the eye towards this spot right here. And then this glow points the eye up. So all these lines are going over here. And then this, because the sun is glowing this way, this is like the, like the not even like a real thing. It's like the reflection from the game's camera, and yet this is working in service of this going up here. The 60-40 rule, by the way, I'm oversimplifying the ratio. The actual ratio is 1.6 to 1. 1.61 to 1, or the divine ratio. 1.618. This is the actual ratio. 2, 1. And then we just divide this by 1.618. So we, so 1 divided by 1.618. And then we get about 0.61 to 1. So then if you do 0.61 to 1, another way to do this would be to then, if it's 1.618, so then we add 1, and then we divide this by 2. No, we don't divide it by 2. What do we do again? It's 1.618 divided by this. Here we go. Okay, so we actually end up at the same number. So 0.618 or 0.62. It is 2 a.m. The math ain't mathing for no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to keep you up. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you math right now. Yeah, it's the golden ratio. It's the golden ratio. It's about 62% to 38%. About. So we got 62 over here, and you got 30%. So that's the golden ratio. That's what, and I just simplify it to 60-40. Here's another example of this. We got 60% here and about 40% up here. Here's again, we got about 60% over, 40% over here and 60% up here. Again, oh, okay, here we go. Again, we've got about 60% up here, and then this part of the light actually goes into, like, merges up here. Whatever, you're gonna see it over and over again. So like, don't worry about it. Okay, here's another interesting example, but there's a two-parter to this. So you got the sky, it's about 40, the ground's about 60, but then within the ground, this is included a part of the ground, by the way. Within the ground, we have about 40% that is the mechanical stuff, and then 60% that is the natural stuff. So within the ground, we still are separating it, and we're even doing that rule conceptually, where like it's about a little bit less than half the mechanical stuff, and then this is like the, you know, like the stuff that we expect from that. So there's so many different ways to think about, and here at the top, by the way, we can divide it further. So we've got the sky over here. About 60% is the sky, and about 40% is the clouds. How, and by the way, this is a video game. This is a video game. So not only are we consistently getting these compositions, but these exist in a giant world where you can't always predict where, obviously these are pre-made shots, but like you can't always predict where these shots are, and yet the game so consistently reaches these ratios. That is how insane the art of this game is. Like that's why I want to like that's why I have so much reverence for this game, even though I have so much criticism about it. Like, oh my god, like how did they get these like really just like well-defined compositions like throughout? It's in this cutscene, but it's also just like throughout the whole game. again here, about 60% of the ground is natural, 40% of the ground is mechanical. Of course, it's not going to line up perfectly with those ratios, and it doesn't need to, but it's just a very here we go. One more. Okay, so here the 60-40 rule is we've got like this part is the 40%, and then this part is a 60%. So in this first 40%, the reason why this part is the 40% and not this part, so these are actually grouped because this part has much stronger contrast. This is the foreground right here. We got this lighting. These are actually all merged. Although you could also think of this as this being the 60% and the sky being the 40%, but that's not how I would personally separate it. I would actually separate it. I would cut this part here. This makes more sense to me, like looking at that, just because of how much more blended in this background is. And so again, if we look at over here, or really like look anywhere here, let's look at how much of this is taken up by like these flags. I can literally repeat this over and over again until I hit you in the head with it, and until you suffocate on this idea, and then you can't fall asleep without thinking about this. So bottom 60%, 40% sky. Yeah, no, you could have seen that as well. The reason why I did it differently is just because of how I would have, like, just how I see it in terms of like what matters more in terms of value and stuff. But even then, like, you can still, like, just start looking at subject matter, you'll still be able to separate it. Because like you can do the 60-40% burst and based on subject matter, like sky, ground, you can do that rule. But you can also do that rule. You can have a separate rule, a separate like layer of that rule based on values, based on light and shadow. So like you can have like different, like, or color, for example. You can apply the 60-40 rule in color separately from the 60-40 rule of light. And actually here, if you look at these flags, they're actually implementing, there's a different divine ratio. So 60-40 is one divine ratio. Another one is 80-20. That's another like very common divine ratio. And what that means, I think it's called like the silver ratio. It's about 80-20-ish. Sometimes like 70-30. Then that one is really more used for like highlights, or it's more used for very particular like aspects of an image. So you could argue that the blue flags are doing the 80-20 because about 20% of this is the blue flags. But actually, if you also look at the sky, if you add the blue of the flags and you add the blue of the sky, that might actually get you closer to about 40. So these rules, I would say they're a lot less about, like, they're definitely not like rigid rules. They're not like this is how you do it. It's just they're a tool that you use while drawing something or while creating something to help guide you so that you can start seeing things in terms of ratios. And it helps that that ratio tends to make for a very pleasing image. So I'm not gonna keep pausing it for every scene, but literally you can literally pause every single scene and see that ratio. It's like when I started seeing that, like my brain just broke. And again, it's not really 60-40. It's more like, it's just the divine ratio is what you'll normally see it as. Like the golden spiral is also an example of the divine ratio. The rule of thirds is an application of the divine ratio. So around 66%. We give her most pauses on this credit screen. Yeah. Because I love art. I love art so much. I love looking at things in terms of art. Okay, I'm gonna oh, I can't pause it. It's not gonna let me. I wanted to pause it because I wanted to see the logo. I want to like analyze this logo. I can't do that. Not right now. I'll do it later. I wanted to start looking into more logo design. I wanted to like start being smarter about that. So I want to get good at logos.
Sparks to steel. Never seen anyone use one of those to get around.
Is that how I get to Barren Light?
Yes, I mean usually, but not today. Not yet.
And why is that?
Well, the Daunt. The whole valley. It's infested with machines.
Oh no. What are we gonna do about all those machines? I don't know. What do you think?
I can handle machines.
Oh, I'm sure you can, but I'm under strict orders not to operate until the whistle down at Chain Scrape sounds the all.
Switched him off. You're right.
Look, I didn't come all this way just to stand around and wait. I'll crank that car down myself if I have to.
Well, but then who would crank it back up? Fine, fine. Though, should anyone ask, it might be best to say you forced me.
I see smoke.
This composition is crazy.
But not a lot of activity.
Smoke's probably coming.
This is kind of what I mean by like a game. Like games need to be compositionally dynamic. Yeah, where is there stop anyone from going there? Yeah. Oh, this design is really cool too. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. There's so many wheels on this, and it's so easy to tell like what this is supposed to do. The amount of wheels really does indicate that how much power this machine can lift. But anyway, compositionally speaking, these lines, it seems obvious, but like these lines are really important. And because again, it's a video game, and so it needs to be pointing this way, both if you're looking at it from the left and from the right. So if you look at it here, here's a crazy thing of a gondola. Is that what that is? What's a gondola? Let me make sure I know what that is. Oh, please let me. Thank you very much. A flight. Oh yeah. So that is. Oh, what? Whoa! This is a thing in that one little city, right? It's in Italy. This is Italy. Yeah. No, Venice, Italy. Italy's not a city. I'm stupid. Whoa. Okay. What is it? A flight bottom boat used on Venetian canals. An open road freight car or a cabin on a suspended ski lift. Okay, so that is what this is. Why is Google doing that? Venice. This isn't Google. This is Bing. I'm sorry. I use Microsoft Bing sometimes. I use it because I get the rewards. I get the rewards from that, and I can get the what I'm gonna say though is that look at this. This is like ready to have your mind. This is how much goes into art. Into this is how much goes into this that people don't really think about. Okay, we got this line here. So we got this line that's pointing to this, and then we have this empty space here. So let's again think of the 60-40 rule. About 40% here is the sky, and 60% is the rest. Okay, so it's about that. So, but if we turn around, we're going to need to compensate. Something needs to change, because if we just like look to the left, this will move to the right. Like this blob will move to the right here, and so something needs to happen up here so that we've got the same blob mirrored. Or if it doesn't, then we gotta like figure out something else to keep this compositionally intact. So we're gonna move to the right and we're gonna see what this game does.
Bristlebacks.
Whoa, look at that. Look at that. It's got peaks. It's got peaks. It's got peaks. It's got little mountain peaks up here. And again, this seems trivial. And it's like, it might seem like, oh yeah, you're gonna put mountain peaks anyway. But when you're like all of this stuff, like it's really not that trivial. Because while you're working on something, and I'm sure you've had the experience as a writer, like you can know all the writing theory you want, but as soon as you start writing, you're gonna forget all of that. Because it's really hard to, like, the skill to really master is like applying art theory while you're creating, and that's fucking impossible.
The strangeness is they're not native to
Yeah, a good writer, it's okay. Me neither.
showed up.
And you're doing better than me because you actually write.
No hunters to kill them?
Oh, we've got hunters, just none that want to cross Ulvund. Boss of Chainscrape. He is self-appointed. Work stoppage was his idea.
Yeah, well, I'm just passing through.
You got one chapter left? Oh my god. I would love to read it.
Got an embassy to attend.
You should have said. That ain't gonna happen no time soon.
What are you talking about?
Hear that? That's your answer.
Who is that?
Karja's son priest. Cranked him down yesterday, about an hour before the machine trouble started. He's a very important man, or so he says. That embassy at Barren Light, he's the one supposed to run it.
Great.
50 pages is great. That's a big milestone. So congrats.
As I say immediately, the Sun King himself shall hear of your insolence. Thanks to you, I was forced to spend the night shivering in the tent, exposed to attack. I might have died. Oh, me you refuse to transport.
This is a phenomenal character design. This is phenomenal. Look at that. He looks stupid.
But not this. This what?
This is phenomenal. This is not like the best. The only thing I would change about this is I would like to see him green. I wish he was like green or yellow. But like this is so great. He just looks dumb. He just looks dumb. Which is like it's tricky to pull off super well. It's not that tricky to pull off, but it is kind of it is a little tricky. Please remove the carrot.
This savage. Aside, scallywag.
Wadis. That's Aloy.
Studious Wadis.
Aloy, you know, savior of Meridian.
Really? Well, that lessens the insult, I suppose.
It's like a Christmas cracker.
I came here for the embassy at Barren Light. Way I hear
it's like you could just chip from him and eat them.
Not with the valley infested. And so did Ahriman proclaim the Sun Priests most precious and worthy of safekeeping.
I have seen the shows, and
I shall head to Barren Light. When
I
the captain
think
of the Vanguard tells me the way is clear.
I do think they look dumb. I do think they look dumb, but they look dumb in a way that I really appreciate. Like they're not what people would normally wear, but to me it feels like modern art, or it feels like those like really weird indie projects. I don't know. I actually quite like seeing the. I mean, I don't go out of my way to see them, but when I do see them, I quite enjoy it because it is bizarre enough that I always learn something about design from them, because they usually, even when they're bizarre, they tend to work.
Fine. Captain's a friend of mine, you know.
Wearing cardboard box. Yeah, no. They some of those designs are crazy. But I enjoy it. I think it's always good. Like I think it's like, I don't know if I enjoy it for like the right reasons, but I enjoy it.
Daybreak to clear the way.
And so at daybreak.
Hey. Shh. Down the valley then?
Yeah, said they checked the ruins on the left bank for tracks. Take it from there.
Okay. I hear there's a work stoppage. Any way to upgrade my gear?
I'll bet the smith in Chainscrape would let you use his workbench. As for the bristlebacks, you might want to craft some acid arrows. Hitting their canisters with those will take them down quick.
Thanks.
I know. I was literally about to comment on that. Like, I feel like...
Where do you think you're going?
What? To the top of the ridge. To wait in safety.
She literally doesn't have to work for anything. She just always gets what she wants. The world has to negotiate with her. She is a Mary Sue.
Sorry. Operator's under strict orders. No passengers till the whistle blows, right?
That's right. Best start cranking.
Why? Why?
Jorv.
So I'm going to switch the audio back to default mode.
Would you kindly escort Studious to Chain Scrape and wait for me there?
You got it.
I will find Erend, and I will help clear a path. But after that, no more excuses. Barren Light. Embassy.
If such be the will of the sun.
Just like a bubble wrap.
It will be. Trust me. I gotta find Erend. But it might be good to hit Chain Scrape first and upgrade
Some of the character designs in this game are like, he's like intentionally silly, but he's like not supposed to be, and I do think he looks a little silly. But like he's fine. You know, I don't think it's too...
I'll get us packed up and move us along.
I don't think it's too egregious. Go to Aaron's last known location or go to Chain Scrape. So what was there? What was the quest that I received from them? Do I even care? Okay. Fine. Okay. Find Aaron. That's all it wants me to do. Gotcha. Where the fuck is the campfire?
No more ammo.
Am I stupid? Where'd it go? Oh, it's right there. I know. I gotta get to affiliate. I don't know how to do that. I need help. I need somebody. I need to I'm trying. I don't know how to get there. I want to. I am thinking about like because I would like some more viewers. So the question is like, how do I do that? I don't know. I'll figure it out. I mean, part of it is going to be playing games that people actually want to watch, because this is not a game that people want to watch. But there's also a part of this where, like, again, we've talked about this before. Like, I don't really want to just do things just because they are going to expedite my growth. Like, I'd rather have faith in the fact that, how long are you streaming for? Tonight? I don't know. But I know it's late for you, so like please, you know, if you need to go to bed, I will not stop you. Please go to bed. Another hour, I would say it's 8:30 p.m. for me right now. I think 10:30 p.m. is what I aim for. So like it might be 10, it might be 11. I want to try to aim for around 10:30, but I'm also gonna just, you know, be mindful of how I'm feeling. I'm not gonna like super commit to streaming that long if I'm not feeling. Yeah, go away, shoot. No, I'm kidding. But I'm trying to say, yeah, go do whatever it is you gotta do. I'll still be here. Let's do a quick save. And I think the thing that I want to try setting up here So I'm never going to use control for the for those actions. So I want to actually use control for, where's left control? Yeah, I want to use control to walk. And then, so this one we want to unbind as well. I would like to set wherever, like, do we have one for the focus? Focus activate. Focus tag. Oh, it might not let me do that. Is there no like option just to do the focus without having to hold it? Because that's what I would like to do. Toggle continuous running. Oh. Oh, so there is a continuous running button. That actually is nice. I might set that. Focus activate. Where is the option to focus? Oh well. It might be inaccessibility. Auto sprint on foot. Oh. Swap move look. Where is the option to set the focus or doing it toggle versus hold? I think that is the I think that is a command I'm going to switch it to. Focus, scan. Is there like a scan? Is there a scanning? Is there a scan option? That's mount, that's aim. Okay. I'm not really seeing it. So let's I suppose just bind it to that as well. Over here, focus mode input. Okay.
Those machines must have torn through this camp. This one definitely isn't safe.
Oops. God damn it. Oh, what did I do? Okay, let's try again. Okay, I'm also having an issue with the... There's like too much bass outputting from this game. Audio mix... Yeah, that's default. That's fine. And I don't really know how to fix that. Maybe setting the headphone quality down. And then let me try this. Go to voice meter. Okay. I don't really think I hear that. I guess I can increase my headphone output up a bit. So I was having an issue with basically like my just general like I guess bass issue. I don't know. So I guess instead of doing that in voice meter, I think what I'll do is change this back to 0. And then under, I suppose, the mic settings, line in, here we go. It's at 15. So let's move this back here. This is now at 30. Okay, now we're at 40. What does that sound like? If I max out my volume, which I'm not really going to do very often, I think. Okay. But turn up to 35, and I guess I can turn this down. Is that, how's that sound? No, I'm still definitely hearing the weird issue. Okay. So I have an idea. I have a second idea. What if I turn my microphone quality down? Oh, I see. Okay, so that's definitely not going to fix that. What will it take I'm gonna move this down. Well, that's a lot louder. That's a lot louder. Okay. Whoa. Let's... Okay. Maybe I can turn this up and then turn it down here. Let's move this back to like 30, I'd say. All right, that sounds pretty good to me. Actually, I have another idea. I can change my sound output to this. I think that is better. Oh, okay. I'm gonna keep dying, I guess. Yeah, because then I can adjust that. And then if I can't adjust that, then how does it sound if I turn this back up to 0? All right. Okay. I actually like this. I think this sounds pretty good. Actually don't know if I'm supposed to be killing these guys. I assumed I had to. Oh. Turn down the volume here. Oh my god, there's a little boar. Hi there. Hi buddy, how's it going? Okay, so I am running out of berries, but I do think I kind of fixed my audio issues, at least on my end. I think for you guys it'll sound exactly the same, but I'm happy with how things are sounding right now. This is I'm kind of surprised I didn't do this sooner, where I didn't I just didn't really try. I mean, I know why I didn't really play games sooner, but like, or play games on stream sooner, but this is, I'm just sort of surprised by how much fun I'm enjoying right now. Okay, I should be doing this a little bit more smartly. Although it is also true that I am sensing a little bit of fatigue from playing video games right now. I don't really have the stamina to be playing games constantly. I guess I could develop that stamina. And sometimes I do. Sometimes I do have the stamina to play games for a little while, but part of my problem is like when I look at a game like this, my first thought is like, I want to be drawing right now. I want to be like drawing everything that I'm seeing. I don't want to just I don't really want to just play a game. I want to like do something with it. I want to make use of it so I can like further my goals. But as I keep discovering over and over again, like maybe this also, like the act of being this more typical kind of streamer, also helps me get to my goals and get to where I want to be. I wish this game was like kind of better received, because again, I keep pointing to this over and over again, but this game has some like just genuinely like really phenomenal art direction overall. It is astounding to me. Oh. You thought you could get me. You could get me. You could do it, but you can't. You suck. And I'm gonna beat you. That's right. You guys are bad dogs. There we go. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Okay, was that even necessary? I don't think so. I think I just wasted my time. Yeah, I think I did. It is, so if it's 8:30 right now, I think I'm gonna play till around, oh, it's 8:50. So I guess I'll play for about 10 more minutes? Can I get this guy? Come on, come on. Oh, why are my arrows so weak? Why are my arrows so weak? Are you... Come on! Where'd you go? There you go. You have like 8 arrows inside of you.
Looks like a lance wound. Scary rattlers.
Alright, where do I go? Question of the century. Everyone's last known location. Right, okay. forgot that Aaron wasn't like immediately seen here originally. Oh, I would like to kill you. Will you let me do that? Will you please let me do that? Come on. I know you want it. I know it hurts, but you need to die. You can get your rich meat among other things.
I think I can climb up this cliff. I wonder if there's anything interesting at the top.
Probably not. We're gonna find out. A thought that I've had. This is a little bit of a hot take. A thought that I've had is that I think video games and maybe like art in general are like fundamentally hold the world back.
Might be able to tinker with my other gear too.
Because of the ways in which they alleviate boredom. Like me playing this game right now, I am alleviating some kind of boredom or tedium, even if I am convincing myself or I know it to be true that I am developing or cultivating the skills that I need, and video games are playing video games, streaming video games are a way that I can start developing those skills. But I think it's true for all art that, please don't kill me. I think it's true for all art that it tends to distract people. And it tends to distract people in a way that I'm not sure it's possible to get around. And I know people do need to be distracted. But I think
Hold tight. I'll see what I can do.
Oh, there's something weird going on. Okay. I think it's a shame that like the thing that I'm working so hard to do, which is like to make good art, like at the end of the day, like it kind of can't solve problems. Art is not meant to do that. Like the point of art is to ask questions, not necessarily to answer them. Although I think art maybe should start answering those kinds of questions. So I might be a little bit under leveled. That might be what's happening right now. Oh my god. So, how do you change the world as an artist? How can you change the world as an artist? Is it even possible to do so? It must be, because art does change the world. Like, despite the limitation of art as a boredom reliever, it still, I think, does a commendable job at inspiring people to change and be different. So what are the ways in which, like, what is it really, if art must distract, what are ways that art can distract in a way that actually empowers people to act? Like, how can you alleviate boredom in a way that is actually conducive to the greaterment of humanity? Is that something that is possible? Because like the thing about games, a sinful part about games, in my opinion, is that games not only do games alleviate boredom, but they also alleviate the need to act, because you do act. You like the action that is required to make the steps of creating a better world is artificialized in a video game in the way that porn artificializes like quality sex life. Is in the way, like, do video game designers, are video games complicit in the act of stagnating social progress? I think most of them might be. I think there are very few. I think if there are any successful attempts at a game creating social change, I can't really come up with it off the top of my head. And I think maybe that's the unfortunate part of games, like of games in general, but games to me, they're like the worst kind of time waster. As much as I love them, as much as I adore video games and I want to be a video game designer, but they I do feel like in a lot of ways that I am wasting time. Maybe it's not really possible to I don't know. It's I guess it's a complicated question. Okay. I think so. It's almost 9. I think I've played a good amount today. Actually, I'm pretty happy with how much I played. So let's quit the game. Let's quit it. I'm gonna take a break, and when I'm back, I want to do some drawing. I want to do some drawing, and we're gonna see how that goes. We're gonna figure it out. All right, I'll be back. Oh my god, hello, 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 hello. Oh my god. I didn't realize I was muted. Okay. Hi. Hi. I think I just got raided while I was off. I was out. That's really unfortunate. um oh no. Oh, I just lost so much. No. Well, if anybody's still around, hello. Hello. I was just playing some uh Horizon Zero Forbidden West. Blame Mariners Whiting. Yeah, blame. Yeah. Mariners, why would you do this to me? I was playing some Horizon Forbidden West. I want to end tonight's stream with a little bit of drawing, with a little bit of art. I'm gonna put on some music now. We're gonna do that. We're gonna I suppose we're gonna do one of those two things. I still kind of want to play a little bit of Horizon. I'll be transparent. That game was pretty it's fun. It's a fun game. It is a great game. But I do have it in the title. I did promise myself that I would draw a little bit. How about this? Let's play Horizon for about, let's do, I don't know, 30 more minutes. I think let's do that. Let's do Horizon for like 30 more minutes. And then we'll do the thing. We'll do the thing that I'm avoiding, because I don't know why. I'm usually pretty good at just like drawing, and for some reason I'm like avoiding that right now. So let's not do that. Let's actually try to have a good time here. So I'm gonna switch back to this. I'm gonna, I suppose, open Horizon. Yeah. Okay. Wait. No, Mariners is not telling me to do the thing. I don't know what to do now. Oh no. Okay. 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 I either do the thing. I'm gonna. Okay. I'm gonna. Let's do 15. Let's do. No, because I want to do the thing too. I want to do the thing as well. So let's do this for, I don't know, like 20 more minutes. However, how much I feel like it. Because I don't really feel like playing this game all night. I do feel like playing it a little bit. A little bit more. I do like the game. I do, as for all the, you know, I think Horizon is a fun game. I like it. I enjoy it. I enjoy the characters. I also have a little bit of a protein shake that I'm drinking right now. I'm gonna try to chug this because it is 9:20 p.m. and this has a little bit of caffeine in it, and I want to ingest all the caffeine as much as I can, so that I can so I can go to bed a little, you know, not too late. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna chug this whole thing. Okay, that works. That was a good use of my time, my energy. Okay. All right. Now that we've hyped up, now we've got a little bit of caffeine. Let's figure out exactly what it is that we need to do here. I should probably stealth a little bit. I am sort of reaching a point here. So again, I'm playing in the ultra hard mode, is what I'm doing here. And it's not really recommended to do that in your first playthrough. I don't always make good decisions. So I should ideally, let me restart from a save. I should ideally actually level up and figure out exactly whatever it is that I need to, like, I gotta prepare for each encounter, because otherwise I will get my ass kicked. But sometimes, I don't know, sometimes I enjoy getting my ass kicked. Sometimes that's always a little bit fun. So I don't know, I think there is sort of a funness to just like letting your thoughts really really like take a backseat. Letting your thoughts take a backseat and just getting into that flow state. I think that this game is really incredible at that, because this game choreographs so many things really well. I really glad I worked on the script. Seeing 50 working has motivated me. Then I will motivate you back. I will motivate you back. I will. I would also like to one of the things I really want to motivate people to do is I really want to motivate people to try new things, to draw, to have fun being not super great at something. That's a skill that I've had a lot of difficulty cultivating. And I think it's something that I would say most people who are maybe not used to, who aren't used to working creatively, struggle a lot with. Like people who say like, oh, I wish I could draw, but they don't know how to draw. Enjoying the process even when you're not great at it, I think is a skill. That's something that you can get better at, and it's a skill that I struggle a lot with. I should probably be a little bit smart about this, huh? All right, fine. I'll do a little bit of stealth. It's fine. It's fine. Just kidding. I get to trigger happy. Okay, I'm being punished for what am I being punished for? I'm being punished for not listening to my own self when I say that I want to do this thing, and instead I do something else. Can you offer some advice? Have I tried dodging their attacks? That's a tremendous idea. I don't think I've ever come up with that idea before. I think that that's really smart and valuable. That could be something that I could try doing in the future. I don't think I'll do that right now, but I think that maybe at some point I might get inspired by that. Because I could see how dodging their attacks might actually help me. But I don't know if I believe it. You know, it's like one of those things I kind of need to learn first. So I'll put that in my little sort of catalog of ideas, and I'll reach into that once I see that where I might be able to find utility in that. God damn it. God damn it. Please don't kill me. I'm doing my best. No. Something that this game does really horrendously, and by horrendously I mean well, is that enemies are just really great with just aiming projectiles. And I don't know if that's a fault of this game being in ultra hard mode, or is that something that happens in all difficulties. I don't know, but you can dodge the hell out of a projectile and it will still hit you, because enemies are programmed to follow your general pattern of movement, and I think that's really wonderful. It's wonderful from a programming standpoint. It sucks as a player because I need to I need to actually like work around that. All right, it's a couple shots. I mean, you should be. Oh, no, please. Okay, come on. Oh. There's a song and dance to the combat of this game. Oh, unless you get stuck in a tree, in which case the song is that Reddit sex song. Marina's writing is a genius. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. I'm proud of you. How long did I say I was gonna play this game? Do I want to keep playing? I think I'm sort of like in between. I sort of want to keep playing and I sort of don't. And that to me suggests that I should stop playing. All right, if I'm feeling this way of sort of like being in between, that is a sign to me that I should be doing something else. So I'm going to be doing something else. I'm going to do the thing that I was going to set out to do, which is I'm going to draw. Please go sleep. Please go sleep. Thank you so much for chatting. Thank you so much for, I think, were you instrumental in that raid? I'm sorry I was taking a break. That was a bad time to take a break if you were helping coordinate that. But if you did, I appreciate that a lot. I am gonna do the thing that I set out to do. So I'm gonna change the category to art. And I'm gonna do the thing that I don't know why I'm getting the heebie-jeebies for that. Please, you know, have a good rest. Please rest. Please rest. You deserve it. So, what I am going to do now that I'm here, I'm understanding more of when to sort of follow my instincts and when to follow the things that I want to do, and then starting to understand more when to look out for cues that the thing I'm doing is less honest. So like while I was playing this game, I was just having the feeling of I want to play the game and I also don't. That to me, it suggests that I shouldn't keep that it's time for me to end. Sorry, it's time for me to move on to something else, because there's no reason to really do something if you're kind of uncertain about it. If the thing that you're targeting is not uncertainty, like if you're intentionally targeting uncertainty, then of course it is okay to do things that you feel uncertain about. But if that's not it, then maybe try to come up with something else that does feel more certain, because that allows you to act with a lot more intention. That I think creates a more interesting stream, basically always. Not just streams, but contents. Any kind of performance, any kind of, like, if you're making art, drawing, writing, script, or whatever it is. Let's put some music on and let's change the category to, did I change the art already? I did. Okay. It's hilarious that I got raided during a break. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. That's so unfortunate. That's okay. I think that's for music. Let's do... Oh, I would love to watch this video.
When it comes to painting characters, most people start with the wrong questions, like, what brushes should I use? How do I run?
I would love to watch that video, but instead, let's put some music on. I'm gonna search maybe, I don't know, what should I search? What kind of music do I want to listen to right now? Search glide study music. There we go. I love this song. This is like one of my favorite songs to listen to while I'm drawing or something. All right. So what am I gonna do now? I think I'm just gonna. I said I'm gonna draw a dog. So let's do just that. It's been a while since I've really drawn something. I could do something based off of a reference, and that's actually what I'm gonna do. What, so like the question is like, what is it that I really want to draw? And that I don't know. I like this image. I think this image is cute. Yeah. I think maybe let's draw this. Got my brush box here. Start with maybe a charcoal. Brush. As far as colors go, I am just playing by ear. I'm really not thinking too much about what it is that I'm doing. Oops. Maybe spread that out. Let's actually add a filter. Filter noise. Let's do a median. No, not an iris burr. Blur, let's do... Gaussian, maybe? Yeah, that works. Alright, so we're gonna have that as our ground layer. And I think this is mostly going to be a practice in like perspective and reference study. So if the lines are going this way, then they're gonna want to converge like that. Like, it doesn't really matter where they converge. something like that's gonna happen. The other vanishing point is probably going to be off the page. I should have maybe constructed the perspective a little bit better, but that's fine. All right, that's going to be off the page there, like somewhere here. And I guess we can do like 2/3 perspective, so they're gonna kind of converge this way ish. We can fix this later. In that case, the front half, this is where the torso of the dog is gonna be, like right here. Probably gonna look something like this. Ish. Ish. And the head, well, the head's gonna be kind of like facing the same width, but the interesting thing is that the cranium is about half the width of the torso, so this is about the length of the head right here. It's gonna be maybe something like this, I'm guessing. Now, as for the shoulders, I'm not really that great at that. The arms, I mean. So we're gonna figure it out. We're gonna figure it out together. So if he's looking, I suppose, somewhat this way. I'm gonna say that this is a good attempt. Yeah. I'm gonna say this is a good attempt. Maybe his tail is up. Now, as for the small dog, I did not think this through. So maybe the small dog is sort of maybe looking up this way. Although maybe it might be cute for the dog to be more of a kitten as well, instead of a dog. I'll look something up for that later. In terms of construction issues, let's see here. I think we can use this brush. I like how he's looking. I like how he's just like looking down. Something that I'm noticing is that like the gravity is pulling the lips downwards, which is interesting. Sort of making that shape there. In fact, if you were to like think about this shape, it almost like it's tapered like down like this, but then there's like it almost feels like there's like a little base, like the base of a vase or something. So we can replicate that. We got this circle right here, and then it's gonna actually like taper down here. Something like that. As far as the nose is concerned, no, that's like solid. Yeah, I like that. I'll need to like look up more references to know exactly what to do with this front of the head. But let's like assume that shape. Over here, we've got a couple. We got this tendril right here. Tendril? Is that the word? Tendon, not tendril. Tendrils is something else. We got like just a few shapes I wanna see if I can capture. And I'm still not really sure what the shape of these delts, like how they kind of sit with the body. That's something I haven't really gotten a good grasp yet. But I do think that like when you look at the apex of the chest, it does sort of seem to sit behind where the legs are. So let's see if we can switch this around. And if we put the apex of the chest like right here, maybe. I don't know if this sort of like have faith in that is closer to what it actually looks like. Of course, we've got this extension. Like the part of the things I love about drawing dogs so much is just like I love this shape. So let's like actually get rid of the arm so that we can really focus on this shape. I love this shape. To me, it evokes so much of what it means to be a dog. Are we doing house here? No. What is this? We got one edge over here and one edge over here, so it's the opposite of house. That's interesting. I think maybe we can give him maybe like a... let's make his tail black. Why not? I think maybe covering his eyes a little bit more is always fun. My wrist hurts. I'm like, I just haven't drawn in a while. I'm sort of like forgetting what drawing is like for a second. I'm sure I'll pick it back up. I mean, it hasn't been that long. It's only been like a couple weeks, but still, it's a bit longer than I'm used to. I think right here, maybe let's set the head a little bit smaller. I'm not really certain about these proportions. Let's work with this, and then we'll adjust things later on as we go along. Let's get rid of this for now. Let's just see if we can really get those proportions tight. Let's change our drawing brush. Here, let's say maybe go at it from this angle. Part of the reason why I, like to this day, I really struggle with drawing is because like I know what I want to create, and the things that I want to create require a level of expertise that I don't have. And so a lot of my journey thus far has been done with like the purpose of elevating myself, but eventually there reaches some kind of like fundamental limit where you can only elevate yourself so much before you really do have to start doing the thing that you're scared of doing. in this case, the thing that I'm scared of doing is drawing dogs imperfectly. Probably because I've you know, I've just studied dogs so much, and I care so much about dogs. Studied like in drawings, but also like I studied a ton of dog psychology. I really want to treat these animals with respect that I you know, have for them in my heads, and that's just not really possible. It's not really possible to then build a career out of that without failing that. In a way, it feels like I am disrespecting by not like capturing anatomy perfectly. I am committing some kind of error or a sin. But this is what it takes. Like in order to get to where I want to be, that these sins are instrumental to that. You know, I can't keep living in fear, or I'll never really get anything done. How can I respect dogs if I don't respect the process of and the gift of that is art itself? Because think about like what dogs do. I think dogs like live in fear constantly of failing or being bad at things, and yet they do those things anyway. I think there's a lot to learn about living by looking at dogs. Look at that. I think he's cute. I like how he's looking. I like how he's looking at the camera. I don't know why. All right, let's go back to this. And then let's see what we can pick up from this. So, right away what I'm observing is that I really ought to make a better effort at capturing the elbow joint, the olecranon. And then of course, the some of like the apexes of these shapes. You get the wrists, they're going to be a little bit flawed. The paws, like I don't really know how to draw paws very well. When you can sort of simplify them into a shape that I haven't really put much effort into learning. So let's address that. A method that I have to think of dog shapes, or like not even just dogs, but like to think about like here, like the wrists, for example. Like how do you memorize where the apex is? Because here the apex of this wrist is right here. I think I use the term house to describe it, because a house, if you think of what a house is, a house has got a roof. It looks like a little bit like that. So if you look at, you know, maybe like what makes like a very stable shape, you know, houses are pretty stable. Yes, they are. Let's move this down here. And then there's also a couple muscle joints here that I struggle a lot with too. Like I know there's like a muscle that sort of wrapped itself around here. And I tend to not simplify that super well because I just don't know it well enough. Here, I know we've got like the bicep right here, which means we have the tricep right here, which means we've got the delt somewhere over here. So if we look at this, we've got the bicep here, the tricep here, and then the delt would be up here. Look at that. So, man, I really wish I knew these shapes better. It pains me how little I know these shapes, because I feel like I could do a better job. The fact that I'm not doing a better job speaks to like some kind of disgrace. At least that's how it feels. Obviously, I know that's not really true. But it's like I haven't, you know, when I talk to myself, when I ask myself these questions, the part of me wants to demand an answer to like, why, like, how dare I not know how to draw dogs better? I'm the dog boy. That is what I do. That is the thing I'm known for. I should really be better at this stuff, but I'm still relying a lot on guesswork, on drawing and redrawing. It doesn't make any sense. But I think part of my issue is that I expect art to always make sense, and it doesn't really always do that. In fact, it rarely does. I miss this. I really miss drawing. I really enjoy it a lot. Let's put the groin here. I don't know if we're allowed to. It's a dog. Of course I'm allowed to draw the groin. I know it's like Twitch, but it's a dog. Like what? I am not. This is not NSFW. Come on. Here, where else do we have house? We have sort of a backwards house here. And I don't really know what to make of that. But then also, maybe this counts as house too? I'd have to look at the bones. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, how's it going? Okay. This is so painful. It's so painful. It's so painful not being as good as I want to be. because like it's like I see the path ahead. I see the mountain that I have to climb, and I love the mountain climb. I enjoy it so deeply. But it is also it is also a little humiliating when there's so much that I still struggle with, that I have to contend with on a daily basis. I see, because it's not just. Also, I'm doing really well too. Thank you. I'm having a really great night. Art is hard. They tell you that art is hard, and it makes sense that it is, but it also comes easily to certain people in a way that it of course never really came easily for me. I was an engineer brain, let's call it that. I'm a very logically trained person, like the way that I think about things. I'm a great problem solver. Like programming is something that I get really easily, really fast. And art is like one of the hardest things I've ever had to learn how to do. I had someone explain this to me, and I'm not sure how much I agree with this take. But what somebody explained to me was that art is an open-ended way of problem solving. Which means that like the context in which, like, there is no one way to solve an art problem, because even though art is problem solving, there are going to be like a number of different solutions, and it's really dependent on the different environments. And so a lot of art solving depends on your ability to improvise. And when you are doing math problems, when you're doing very logical problems, you're in closed context problem solving mode, which means that like you have all the pieces available to you, and you can just figure out a solution that way. And this is why people who are very technically minded might get really great at certain parts of the fundamentals, like rendering, like those they get in the bag right away. But it's elevating yourself above that is tremendously difficult. And again, I don't really know how much I agree with that assessment, but what I do know is that it is true that the stuff like line quality, line weight, draftsmanship, values, composition, I get that. I have no problems understanding that. But applying that into a situation is scrutinizingly painful, because I want the best solution. I am looking for that best solution, and having to require myself to let go of that it's like, you know, it's like taking a hammer to my head. And that's something that I feel like a lot of, because they're just, I mean, there's different camps of artists who are successful, but when like the fact of the matter is, like the just do it, like just like the phrase just do it, just write, just draw, and just do the thing, it is, I think that is more difficult for some than others, to just do the thing, to have the courage necessary to do things. Part of my goals as a creator, as a streamer, and just as a person who, or a doggy who wants to like just be, you know, like some, like what a spokesperson on the internet, let's say. Like part of my goal is in that. Maybe an artist on the internet. I want to provide methodologies for developing that courage. Even when it feels like you'll never get to your goals. Like I believe that there are ways to turn those fears into excitement for learning and for creation. Like sometimes I like to play little games with myself and turn art into a game, so to make that easier for me. Because even to this day, I still struggle massively. And I can think of a lot of reasons why this particular thing is such a struggle. But I think my generally like what I really want to get at is be or provide a space where people can witness all the different ways that discomfort goes into propelling something forward. Like that me being scared to draw, that me being afraid of creating something bad, that feeling, that emotion is actually the fuel that gets me to where I want to be. Because the emotions are fuel. That's what they are. They are fuel to help us act. So if you feel really great emotion, that is what you can use as fuel. But that fuel doesn't always it's not. It needs to be converted. So like if you have a lot of great emotion and conflict within art, you can use that to then create art, but you have to understand that it must be converted first. If you just start drawing right away, it becomes very easy to give into those emotions and misinterpret your feelings as something that is less honest. Like, for example, if you're very scared of drawing and then you produce an art or something that doesn't look as good as you want it, your first impulse, your first instinct might be to tell yourself that you are bad at art. But that isn't really very honest. Or at least it is dishonest to say that feeling is certifiably honest. Because those feelings aren't unexpected. We expect that emotion. And I find, in my time just being alive and being a doggy and wanting to learn as much as I can about this world, I find that when we expect a result and we get that result, we can't say with complete guarantee that result is honest. For example, let's say that I don't want to, let's say I don't want to take an improv class because I'm scared of improv. And so let's say I'm scared of improv, I'm scared about it, and that's why I don't want to take it. So if I go into that improv class, I might go into that improv class with very negative emotions. Let's say I go into it in bad faith. And if I do that, then the expected result is that I'm not going to like it. But do I not like that class because I actually don't like it, or is it because I was going into it in bad faith? I expected to dislike that class. I expected to dislike improv. And so if I go into it and then that is the result I get, I can't guarantee that I actually dislike it. I might be disliking it because I'm going into it in bad faith. So that's like sort of an example of what I mean by when you expect a result and you get that result, that you can't really guarantee that that was the most honest version of that result. The only thing that you can guarantee that is honest are things that are unexpected and that come as a surprise. So if you, for example, if you find yourself surprised, you go to that improv class and you are surprised that you actually do like improv, then you can honestly say that you like improv, and you can say that is honest. You can guarantee that it's honest because you didn't expect it. So you have nothing to, there's no ulterior motive there to propel you to that conclusion. The only way that conclusion can exist is if you know for certain that if you know for certain that wait, what was I saying? Oh dear. Oh, I just lost the train of thought. Oh no, that's bad. Oh, that's bad. Oh no, I've been trying to practice. I've been doing pretty good. I've been doing pretty good about not losing the train of thought, and I just lost it. Point is that if we tell ourselves we suck at this thing, and then we try it, and then it turns out we suck at it, and we hate it. Like maybe you do, or maybe you're going into it in bad faith without realizing it. And I want to help people understand when they're doing something out of bad faith, when the result they get, the emotion they get is something that is like an actual feeling that they're feeling, or is it the feeling that they want to feel because they're trying to protect themselves in some way? Because let's remind ourselves that the reason why we are dishonest with ourselves is because it's a really great shield, because there's utility to it. There's utility in doing things in bad faith. If you discover something new about yourself that does not support your current life, then you might be forced to make changes that require energy, that require both physical and mental calories. For example, let's say you discover that you actually want to be an artist. You spent your whole life, this is my example, you spent most of your life thinking that you were very technically minded, that you were a mathematician, and then you find out that you actually want to be an artist. Well, that's not going to be an easy change, because that might mean going to a different school. That might mean totally upheaving your current life. That might even mean ending a relationship. Having those realizations, there's a cost to them. And so it makes sense why we're so afraid of having those realizations. Speaking of realizations, I'm liking this image. I think he's cute. I think I can say that this is a pretty cute little guy. Is it as good as I want it to be? No, but that's okay. I think I wanted to like what I drew. And yes, I will like what I draw. I like it when I draw very technically accurate drawings. I like that. But the thing that I also like is I like whatever this is too. If I really look at this and I forgive myself for this not being technically perfect, there's something about here that does speak to me. Whatever that is. Maybe some lines we might want to get rid of here. There is sort of another question I have for myself here, which is, do I want to render this or not? My gut says yes. Or maybe my heart says yes. But what does my gut say? I don't know. I kind of want to try it. The drawing itself is like a little stylized, so I kind of want to try it and see, like, you know, what happens if I start to render this? Will I start to lose what it is that I was doing, or, you know, what even am I doing? Like, what is this drawing that I'm making? We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out together. Something that I hope to get better at in the coming weeks is understanding the simplification of especially the hind paws. I struggle a lot with drawing that. But, you know, like, here's another way to tell whether, like, your feelings are honest or not. Like, say you might really dislike your drawing. You think it sucks. And it might. But let's say you were given that exact drawing by, like, a child. Maybe even, like, your child or your hypothetical child. If the thought would have been different, if your thought would have been one of, like, pride, then you can't honestly say that you hate your drawing. You might say that you hate that you can't draw better than that, but you can't say that you hate your drawing. Like, that is not really honest. I'm thinking. I'm not really sure what to do with this sheath. I think I'm just gonna, like, hold that back like that. And I think here, let's maybe pull that forward. And then this, I might actually want to move it this way. Look at that. Am I succeeding? Am I succeeding? Am I doing it? Am I making a drawing? I don't know. Maybe I am. I might want to make this head move a bit down here. Oh, he does not look okay. He does not look okay. Yeah, he's a little. Okay, his neck is a little bit long, but I tend to draw my dogs with, like, slightly longer necks than I should. So maybe that's just, like, a personal preference. Okay. I drew the doggy. This is a doggy. He is drawn. Okay, what comes next? I suppose we draw him. I could. I hate. I hate. So this includes processing. Just continue on device. Where am I? Here we go. Select subject. I hate selecting so much. I hate this process. It aggravates me. I hate it so much. I don't want to do this. Whatever. Boom, boom. I guess it'll make my life a little bit easier, I guess. So maybe go with this brush right here. I should actually go with this basic one. These up, and hopefully that'll be enough, because I'm being lazy. I know I'm being lazy. I hate I hate lassoing stuff. It's so annoying. There we go. That it? Are we good? You might be. Okay, okay. Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Oh, I messed up. Okay. And then let's just do like a select modify. Is it expand? Yeah, it is expand. And then contracted by like 2 pixels. Perfect. Perfect. Let's do this. So let's get right into the news. Oh, I didn't let. Damn it. There we go. Let's go right. Oh, god damn it. Come on. Oh. There we go. And then let's just select this. There we go. Perfect. This also needs to be selected. And then get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Oop, I did not do that right. I don't know why the edges are so rough with this one. You see that? I don't really know how to fix that. Whatever. It's fine. I keep saying that. It's fine. It is fine. Everything is a-okay. We are going to add, I suppose we could do like a screen. And we'll do like a, maybe like a green or like a white. Yeah, let's do this color. So I'm just gonna figure out where the light values are. So of course they're gonna be on top. We're gonna get a different brush. There we go. And maybe draw one over there. Now the light is probably gonna come from like up there. So I think we can maybe get away with having some light here. And definitely get away with having some light there. We are going to probably get some light over there. And then it's supposed to be a little bit trickier. I don't really see. All right, I think that's gonna be fine. Yeah. Actually, the where I chose to put the sunlight, it's not really great. Yeah, it's not really great. So let's actually move the sun a little bit. Let's actually like put that. This was put in sunlight. This shape, let's definitely put this in sunlight. So we're gonna actually do something more like a sun, like totally sun, noon. In which case, these aren't gonna, like, that's not gonna have any sunlight like that. But this might. This is gonna have like a little bit. That's gonna have a little bit of sunlight. That's gonna have like a little bit, just like a tiny little bit. Maybe like that. That part won't. Okay, now I'm sort of messing up. A little bit. I'm getting maybe way too into the weeds of this. Like, this could have sunlight. It just... Oh, why is art so tricky? Sure, let's just leave it at that. This is gonna have a little bit of sunlight. This will... Maybe a little bit over there. That will... This will... This... There's a little, like, passage here that won't. That will. Okay. He looks a little broken, but you know, that's what I just, if we're not gonna be great artists today, so let's not worry about it too much. Let's not worry about this too much. Yeah, okay. So, if that is, like, if this is indeed how we are gonna define our shapes. Let's first of all, let's at least make sure we're doing a good job with our opacity. Then, okay, I would say let's simplify this. Simplify that. Then let's simplify this too. Okay, that I think will make our life a little bit easier. Okay, let's just trust this. Let's trust this. Oh dear. That'll have a little bit. I don't know why I'm finding this so challenging. I mean, the angle is really not doing me any favors here. So now that I've got that, let's actually make this like a normal layer. Actually, no, let's return this to screen. So what I kind of want to do now is I want to actually start applying different effects and just seeing what happens. So we can do like a light brush. How do we actually want to do this? I think maybe the transition here might be like maybe yellower at the top. Let's also turn this a little bit down. Also delete this layer mask and reapply it. There you go. I think based off of this image, because it's so organic, I'm actually just gonna merge it. I don't really see a good reason to keep these as two separate layers. Maybe. Now I'm doubting myself. Because of course I am. Just really not sure how to approach this. Oh, wait. And let's alpha lock this. That's not alpha lock. There we go. Oh, I'm at the wrong. There we go. Something like this, maybe. I could see that working. There we go. Oops. This, I think I did okay in. Let's find that a little bit more seriously. Yeah, I'm not really sure what I'm doing with this kind of shading. I think I'm going to try to define a line here. Maybe I should have done this in black and white. In fact, that's what I'm going to do. So I have this as set to screen, which is fine. If I set this to normal, what's going to happen? Not much. This, unlike the reference, this part is actually going to act, I think, a little bit like a highlight to us. Which is fun. I like that. Part of the reason this is so tricky, I think, at least for me, is because there's so much just like subtle shading that's happening. And I don't really have, I think, the best tools to really understand exactly how to approach this kind of shading. Like, I clearly understand it to a degree, but not in such a way that I think can really take me to a step above like what I need, like where I need to go. And maybe part of it is because I am probably just paying too much attention to the highlights. That micro detail really gets to me. All right, are you ready to, I think you're ready to start throwing in some shadow. In this case, I definitely want to really just get this part. Introduce some shadow detail there, because that's always really fun. Yeah, look at that. Do we want to use a different brush for this? We could. Okay, I don't know what I did there, but that looks kind of sick. I quite enjoy that. See, this whole part kind of needs to be in shadow, but this part especially so. Go back here. I think I might be sticking to the reference just a little bit too much. So I'm going to try something. I'm going to get rid of this reference and kind of stick to my own guns. This, I think, looks good. This, I think, is a little flawed. So, let's see, maybe... It's my values need to be simplified just a little bit more to really get this rendering looking right. Just a little bit. I think let's create a new layer, and now let's just work on top of everything and see what we can get out of this. For example, like I know this face should be lighter. And I also know if I were to just like my planning is like planning and executing that is something I struggle immensely with. If we think about what the lips of a dog really looks like, first of all, let's really make sure we separate that. Oh. Let's also, I know I like drew on these, but we gotta get rid of them. They're not helping us right now. We can maybe draw that. You know, I'll work with that. This shape I don't understand enough to be able to. I'm gonna pull up the reference back. Okay. It's gonna look something like that, which means this whole shape needs to be simplified into some kind of like rectangle or like a cylinder, I should say. And if it's a cylinder, then like what are, you know, the different facets that make a cylinder a cylinder? If it's looking that's this way, the light, if it's pointing down, it's gonna hit this edge. The highlight is probably going to be like here. So kind of maybe probably in a similar place as a reference. That's going to be where the highlight is. So we got that. I am definitely having trouble simplifying this face shape. So I guess that's you know, if I'm looking to improve, looking on how to get better at the things that I do, really looking to understand why I struggle with this. What am I doing? Like, what am I not doing? Is a question. I'm gonna leave it at that for that face for now. Oh, these paws I'm struggling with. I'm struggling with them big time. Which means we gotta simplify. There you go. I think that actually looks pretty good. I think this is a solid entry. That's how I would describe this. You know, like it's passable. It's passable. And that's all that it needs to be right now. Doesn't need to be perfect. Something about this shoulder is, or it's not even the shoulder, it's the what's it called? The shoulder blade? It is 100% the shoulder blade. Looks a little off to me, so let's simplify that. Now over here, I think I'll probably want to This is like really testing my knowledge. And I don't have a lot of it. I don't have a lot of it. Here to make this look best, I think just like look at this. I'm gonna flatten that out. So because it's flat, my expectation is that there might be a bit of a highlight happening here. I just then, part of my problem is I don't really know how this is going to connect to this. Like, is there going to be a highlight here? There might be. I have no idea what I'm doing. Absolutely no fucking clue what I'm doing at all. Okay, let's definitely merge that. Hmm. All right, that's gonna be about as good as that's gonna get, considering how just how little I'm working with in terms of just overall anatomy knowledge. I can't really expect myself to do much better than that. So at least something that I am learning is that I think I didn't forget how to draw. I definitely did not forget how to draw. So that's exciting. There's some stuff that I'm still kind of rusty in. But that's okay. Rust is fine. Looks funny. Looks funny. I'm so out of practice, you guys. I'm so out of practice. Pause, man. I struggle so much with pause. Like a lot. Yeah, I gotta fix that. In this side, I suppose there will be a bit of a highlight down here. This part looks a little bit weird still. Oh man. All right. Good attempt. That was okay. These guys need some work. See what things I like about this. I do like this. I do like that. I like this part. However, I achieve that. I like some of this. Try again. We'll try again later. Again, I'm pretty rusty, so I think this result is fine. It's fine, and then we'll do better next time. I think I'm gonna tune out. I've been oh my god, I've been streaming for 4 hours. Whoa, and I streamed for 2 hours earlier today, so that's 6 hours. That's crazy. I'm gonna stream again tomorrow morning. Tomorrow night, I'm not. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I'm trying to make this count. trying to see what sticks and what doesn't. And hopefully I'll get somewhere where I can really start making a difference. We'll find out. Bye.